Mhm. Okay. Snacks will be here at some point. I don't know when, but I'm sure he will be. But for the moment, it's just me. Hmm. So I don't feel like watching baseball tonight. So we're just gonna go ahead and get this started early and try to make some serious progress. I'd like to try to beat the game by like Monday or something, if at all possible. And maybe that's not realistic, but all right, have a boss. What do you mean out of scanning range? Okay, so you can't lock onto this thing. Stop rolling, you jackass. There we go, baby. Oh shit, I'm almost out of missiles. Is there anything I can do to replenish my missiles? Anything. Anything at all. Doesn't seem like it. I think I just have to, like, not use missiles. It's kind of brutal. Gotta be some way to damage it when it starts doing that shit. I don't know if I am or not. Shit. Oh shit, we got him. First try. Is it the super bomb? Oh, spider ball. Oh, Snacks, welcome. I didn't know you were on the call.
Yeah.
Alright.
That rock thing you just killed, it's the monster from Galaxy Quest.
Yeah, actually. Ooh, nice. We needed this. Very nice. So, how you doing today? I had a dog sit for most of the day, or else I would have been streaming in the afternoon, but it's all the same. Alright, we have the spider ball. I want to go back and save before I do anything else. I've learned the hard way. You really have to make sure you do your saves in this game or else. There we go. I know we hired you based off the spitting, but it reminds people a little too much of Mr. Frog.
Remember when he was like one of the richest people on the planet? Literally all he do is just watch Jimmy Fallon clips on YouTube while floating in his giant pool. That was cool. That was hilarious.
It's good to be here and stuff.
As you know, LeBron's a billionaire, and that's all he does. He just floats in the pool and reads pop-up picture books.
Oh, dude, did you see the fucking game today?
No, but I heard that while we won, it was way closer than it should have been.
We were 42-point favorites, and we won by 1 point. LeBron hit a game-winning layup.
First of all, did you guys? But secondly, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. If we were 42-point favorites and we literally needed a game winner in order to take it, one of two things is happening. Either they don't take this seriously, in which case they will very easily get upset, or they're actually just that bad, in which case they will very easily get upset. But either way, I think you can kiss that gold medal goodbye. This is LeBron's last Olympics, and wouldn't you know it, he's gonna get another bronze.
Like, I'm assuming South Sudan does not have a single NBA player on its roster. I could be wrong.
Hold on, that's who we were playing?
Yeah.
I was thinking it was like a European country that was actually serious or something.
No, we were playing South Sudan.
South Sudan. Do you remember when Charles Barkley famously said, "I don't know who Angola is, but they're in trouble"?
Yeah.
Imagine if that team only won by 1 point. South Sudan's only been a country for like 10 years. In terms of just pure distance, they're not that close. However, in terms of the geography of Africa itself, South Sudan and Angola are incredibly close because they're only separated by the Congo. South Sudan is on the northeastern border of the Congo, and Angola is on the southwestern border of the Congo. That's it. So imagine if instead of Angola being in trouble, they only lost by 1 to the Dream Team. That's how bad this would have been.
And we were down by like 30 at one point, I think. It was like, it wasn't like a close game. They were killing us until the very end.
We were down 30? Oh my god.
Like, again, I haven't looked at the South Sudan roster, but I'm assuming they don't have NBA players.
So, I don't know if you followed the argument that I got into with one guy on Twitter calling himself Anglo or whatever. But
I think I saw a little bit of that, but I didn't see the whole thing.
you should read the whole thing, because the way that it ended before I blocked the guy was fucking hysterical. It's not the worst thing in the world if I talked about it right now. Hold on, let me see here. So it's yet another thread where one of the guys that I follow is like, I'm reporting these posts that people make that are inciting violence.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy's like, herder, free speech. So everyone's calling him a faggot. So then I came in and hit him with a Toy Story video. And then he said, I don't agree with being labeled a faggot. I think that's more apt for people who call for censorship that extends beyond U.S. law. And I hit him with the Stone Toss comic of, but if we use a government, how are we going to stop? So then he called me ethnic. Right?
That's a weird
So
insult.
it's because he thinks that in order to have that kind of an opinion, I'm brown. So like I start talking to him about the whole thing. And he says, ultimately I'm white. And he goes, what a surprise, you're a non-WASP trying to promote non-American values in America. If you aren't differential towards WASP values, including free speech absolutism, you're not American. So I thought, based off of what he was saying, that what he took umbrage with what I told him, is that I'm not Protestant. So then he comes out, and the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen, he said, people get confused about the term WASP and think it's supposed to be taken literally. No, WASP does not mean Anglo-American Protestant. Most WASPs nowadays are actually secular. WASP refers to the cosmopolitan elite who have Puritan ancestry. Southerners aren't WASP. I go, you're actually the biggest retard I've seen in weeks. You don't think believing in Christ is important. You're concerned about the great replacement, but the people you just described as being the only true Americans who have the destiny of the country in their hands is Elizabeth Warren. And I'm like, and you think that makes any sense to you at all? And then I see one of his older posts, and he says, one of his older posts in another thread, he said, Anglo isn't a perfect description either, as the English ethnicity is actually technically less than half Anglo these days. And I'm all like, you're a fucking mutt. You're calling me ethnic. You're not even Anglo. You're not even half Anglo. And that's something that you take pride in, being a WASP, but you're not even Anglo. You're not even Christian. And then he's like, why are you calling me a retard when the purpose of Christianity is to keep the masses in check? You can't collectivize racially while also being a Christian. The two are in complete opposition. You think secular whites who are good people will burn in eternal hellfire. And I'm like, you're describing Elizabeth Warren. The kind of person you're describing as being the true American sold the country to international Jewry and put us in this situation. And now you're stumping for Browns who wrote this song. Abortion-loving people. So you and your other posts decry the great replacement, but you're thumping for the same people who love that shit right now, so that you can call a white Christian American man an ethnic, and say that I don't have a place here in this country because I'm not a WASP, and according to your own definition, you're not a WASP either. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, this guy has to be a troll. Somebody else came in and was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the half of this guy that's not Anglo is Jewish. So then he went on some Ashkenazi rant, and I'm like, oh boy, I'm just gonna block you.
Fun.
I'm like, what kind of a completely delusional person, Just wild to me, because I'm sitting here like, why would anyone so ardently hold on to a title that by their own definition they don't even apply to? It's like the various white nationalists online who are like Latin Americans. It's just weird. Political version of a weeaboo.
Come in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know how much you know about Alan Lichtman,
Not a whole lot,
but he's been
but
in the crosshairs
what I
lately.
did see was hilarious. Yes.
Basically, he was the founder of this thing called the 13 Keys, which is supposedly like a tool you use to determine whether or not who's going to win a presidential election based on certain factors. It's like 13 things you either flick to yes or no. And like if 6 or more are flicked to yes, that means the incumbent wins. And if it's 5 or less, that means the incumbent loses. And it's like he's gotten every election right, and he's saying that Biden's going to win. And like if you actually go back and look at it, he said Al Gore was going to win, and then when Al Gore lost, he was like, "Oh, my thing only does the popular vote." And then in 2016, he said Hillary was going to win, and then I think he said Trump was going to win in 2016, but Trump lost the popular vote, and he's like, "Oh no, my model is for the Electoral College," and now he's just dying on this hill against all polls and all data that Biden will win re-election. And he's like the one guy who is trying to offer up anything in that like category at this point. And
That is just very strange.
Nate Silver's had enough of it.
Yeah. It's gotta be tough for Nate because this is his job, and he's all like, I have to watch people be retarded for a living. It's just painful.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the keys, the 13 keys now. Like the last two are really
Did you have
fucking
to
stupid.
redo the same boss fight?
Yes, I did, because I died on the way back to the save point.
Oh, that sucks.
This boss isn't that hard though, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I'm looking
I was
at.
just like, as I'm watching this footage, I got very confused.
Understandable. But yeah, I'm looking at the 13 keys. 2 of them are: is the incumbent charismatic, and is the challenger charismatic, which is a stupid fucking key because it's so subjective. Like, that's fucking stupid that you actually use that in what is supposed to be like some mathematical formula.
Yeah, that's just he's just some fucking crazy guy who's trying to get attention. You know, he's just like the so-called Anglo looking guy I was dealing with earlier. It's like some people, you know, once you realize that they get paid for this slop, like all of the retardation starts to make so much more sense. Because you sit there and think, there's no way that a reasonable person could actually be seriously going in this direction, right? But then, oh, he's just getting paid to do it. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a funny meme picture. Guy's using a calculator app. It does 6 million divided by 365, and it says, you have been banned from calculator.
That is a pretty good one. Okay, I'm not gonna fight these assholes. I'm just gonna go save. Those guys are way too strong for generic enemies. And also, when Lichtman was doing his 13 keys for the current race, he said no. One of his keys is whether or not there's been a major scandal by the incumbent administration or not, and he said no, which is not true anymore, because the current administration has covered up the fact that their candidate's brain doesn't work. That's what I'm saying. Like, this stuff is so subjective. How is this useful at all? It's like, you know, there are a lot of people who would tell you that Obama's administration had no scandals when it absolutely did.
Right. And it's like, how the fuck do you define a scandal? Because what's going on with Joe right now has to be the definition of it. Because you've got his entire party is telling him to step down and step aside and all of this after he just won a primary. And anytime he gets brought up, No matter who it is that's bringing it up, if they're his political ally or not, they straight up say he shouldn't be president, he shouldn't be running. That's not a scandal, but CNN called it a scandal when everyone at a White House dinner got one scoop of ice cream for dessert, except for Trump, who got two.
I remember that.
That was a scandal, but two scoops, Johnny. That was a scandal, but not this. It's exactly like you said. It's all like, okay, you can kind of easily view this as a scandal if you say that the Biden administration tried to hide how badly his neurological degeneration really was, and he did that so that he wouldn't have people running against him in a primary. It seems like a pretty big scandal.
Yeah. Although I think really if you tried to break it down, there would be very few administrations that didn't have some kind of scandal. Like 4 years or 8 years is a long time. You're going to have a scandal at some point in all likelihood.
Right. And if you try to say that you didn't have one, but you're a black politician from Chicago, it kind of says you had a lot. So I'm sitting here like, hey guys, do you remember why Benghazi was such a huge problem? Is because of the whole Fast and Furious thing involved with Attorney General Eric Holder that Obama tried to say wasn't a scandal, where the US government, in an attempt to quote-unquote track criminal organizations, straight up sold guns to drug cartels. And as it turns out, some of the guns that they sold were used by Libyan terrorists when they attacked the US Embassy in Benghazi. So if it hadn't been for the fact that the US government literally sold weapons to the drug cartels in Central and Southern America, those Libyan terrorists would not have had weapons to attack the US Embassy and kill our ambassadors. So I kind of think that's just a little tiny bit of a scandal. Because you're going to sit there and tell me, well, that's not Obama's fault. It was just his Attorney General and Secretary of State. Fascinating. What absolute fucking slop.
Yeah. Two scoops.
I love how pissed off Colbert got about that. That was hilarious.
That was an all-timer.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard a lot of people spreading a bunch of rumors today. One of them is that the director of the Secret Service is expected to resign on Monday.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And the other one is that if they go into the DNC with the intent of trying to have a contested convention so that they could try to get rid of Biden that way, that Hillary is gonna try to be the person that everybody unites around instead of Kamala. And I'm all like, well, that's not going to work because you're already disqualified from multiple ballots in states that you need to win.
Yeah.
Plus, you'd have to start over from scratch in terms of fundraising. So,
Now, if anybody can get money together quickly, it would be the Clintons. But
yeah.
I would not expect that to work very well. I think that would be a
Right. It's like, okay, you're not going to be on the Ohio ballot. You're not going to be on the Wisconsin ballot. You're not going to be on the Nevada ballot. How do you win?
by trying to flip Alaska.
Evidently. And so, that's what you talk about with the CrowdStrike thing. Is it's like, wait a minute, the Clintons are really close to the CrowdStrike guy because when the FBI took their server that had all the stuff on it the FBI was allegedly going to investigate, the FBI handed the server over to CrowdStrike, who took it to their company headquarters in Ukraine. And the server was never seen again. Trump asked about it when he talked to Zelensky on the phone call that ended up getting him the impeachment the first time. So since the CrowdStrike outage, like he called it a dry run for November, it makes perfect sense because voting machines in Arizona went down. It's like, oh, well, she can still be on the ballot in Texas. There you go. They'd rig Texas.
I mean, it's a lot harder to do stuff like that when you don't control the state government of a particular state. Like Texas,
No,
if that happened, would just do something like, oh, well, we're going to postpone the election to tomorrow or something because obviously
no,
we can't.
I do agree with you, and I see where you're coming from. But in 2020, the Republican governor of Georgia said that he thought the election shenanigans were very, very suspicious. So then suddenly his son-in-law, his daughter's husband, died in a very violent car crash. And a couple hours after that happened, he said that he would not investigate the irregularities in the Georgia election. So it's like, did they just fucking use the CIA's technique of, because modern cars all have any car that's been made in the last 5 years has an automatic shutoff feature, which the auto manufacturers agreed to when the government asked them to put that in there, by saying it's so that if they use this car in a police chase, the police can shut off the engine to prevent people from getting hurt.
Mhm.
So it's like, that's already in place, already something they do. Did the CIA just shut off this guy's engine so that he'd crash into a barrier and die? And then he correctly interpreted that as being a threat and a warning to him, so he said, okay, I won't investigate.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me think of like, you know how Assange was recently released, or I think this was like a couple weeks ago. He was finally allowed to go back to America, I think it was. Harlabob was tweeting about it a couple weeks ago. And then somebody pointed out, I wonder if he actually did make a deal. And then Harlabob said, well, I couldn't really blame him if he did at this point, with all he's been through. Okay. Rest in piss, you won't be missed.
So long, bozo.
Of course he's nervous. He's probably never driven anything more advanced than a remote control car. Fried chicken, my favorite. I mean, I don't think Democrats understand how much damage they would do to their electability if they passed up a black woman vice president without giving a very good reason.
Well, the problem, like, Hillary Clinton is very, very hated.
Mhm.
And aside from the fact that she wouldn't be allowed to be on the ballot in multiple states where, you know, the time is already passed, there's a lot of people who were not going to vote for Trump who would, so that she doesn't win. Just like last time. And it looks retarded, because it's like, why would you do that? Like, you lost this guy huge back then. And he's even more powerful now. It's like if you lost a fight to Mike Tyson when he was 15, why would you try to box him when he's 25? Like, he's just gonna kill you even harder now. Like,
Especially when he has a massive head start.
right? Like the first round, your hands are actually handcuffed behind your back, and Mike gets to just wave on you. What are you doing? Like,
Maybe they don't want to waste one of their good candidates on this election that they know they're going to lose. So they're like, hey, you want to run again? Just for fun? That way we don't have to waste somebody we actually care about. And in the 1% off chance you win, then hooray, you get to be president.
well, I completely understand where you're coming from in that regard, but like, there's a ton of other people, if they were just going to outright send somebody up there as a sacrifice, that they could do instead, who wouldn't have a better chance of winning, but would at least be less insulting to the entire country. For instance, you know how Jimmy Carter's in hospice care, but he's still alive?
Mm-hmm.
Why not him? Just as good as Biden, apparently. Like, what the fuck, man?
Then you could literally discover how many people would be willing to vote for an eggplant over Donald Trump. Because that's literally what they would be doing. Like, at least by...
You're on an ad break right now.
Okay. Yeah, like, Biden is old, but at least he can string together a sentence. Like, Jimmy Carter probably literally cannot talk. He's probably nonverbal at this point.
Yeah. What's really weird is that people gave Trump shit for what he would post on social media for years. But the thing is that you knew it was actually him. And yet everyone seems to have just accepted that every single politician in the country, besides Trump, has somebody else writing their social media posts.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they do. They literally do. It's...
Yeah. So Trump's the only guy who actually writes his own social media posts, and people don't like that. But then they take it as being like people talk to, like, Biden had a tweet yesterday. I'm stuck at home with COVID, so I had the distinct misfortune of watching Donald Trump's speech to the RNC. What the hell was he talking about? Obviously, that tweet was not fucking written by him. But a lot of people respond to him like he did, and I'm like, what? Jesus.
Yeah, it's like after we traded Russell Wilson, there were some Seahawks fans replying to his tweets like, "Traitor, you asshole." And it's like, he's not reading those tweets, right? He's not making those tweets. He's not reading his tweets, replies. It's like he has a team doing that. Knock it off.
You should also never get mad at somebody for having been traded, no matter what the context around the trade was, because the team didn't have to trade him. They could have just kept him and had him be a little petulant bitch, in which case when he leaves, then yeah, you could call him whatever names you want. The team's just trying to protect themselves. But, like, the player is doing the same thing. Look at Damian Lillard. People get mad at him because he asked out for the trade, and it's all like, the franchise openly showed him that not only did they expect him to leave, but they didn't have any faith in him anymore, even though he deliberately stayed behind and gave him the best years of his life to try to win something, but ownership never even tried to give him something, like, legitimate help. So he's like, yeah, I want out. And then he says, by the way, I'd like to go to Miami, please. And everyone's like, you piece of shit. Like, dude, you can't fucking blame that guy. This is the only problem with playing an older game like this that's about exploration, is that they still have to deal with, like, loading screens.
Yeah,
so
but
you don't really have like a straight up loading screen, but like the constant, oh, here's me taking an elevator. Like, oh man.
Yeah. I remember there were some older games back in the day that hid their loading screens pretty well, but it was possible for you to be so good at, like, speed running it and sequence breaking. You could get it to, like, force a loading screen by going to an area of the game was not expecting you to be able to go to yet. And then it's like it has to load.
Yeah. One of my favorites is the first Mass Effect game, because when you go into the elevators, they keep you distracted by having people talk about the lore of the game and what you've been doing in the game.
Right.
Whether it was like a news report or your companions talking. But in the Mass Effect Legendary Edition trilogy, where they remastered the first game, because it was still part of the game, the loading screen functionality is still there in terms of the elevator scenes and all that. but the game loads way fucking faster than it did back in 2007. So usually your companion gets like 2 words out and their spiel as they're about to go on, and it's all like press the A button to continue. And then you can just immediately skip it. And I'm like, that's pretty funny.
It's kind of like in God of War, how you could be having a conversation with somebody when you're on the rowboat, and then, like, if you're quick enough getting to the next area, they never finish the story almost.
Yeah, and then Kratos, he just goes later.
But yeah, I
And
know.
he's like, but I wanted to tell the story. You know, fucking crying and shit. And Mass Effect, the way it goes is Garrus is all like, hey guys, you know, I want to talk about my dad for a minute. Shepard's like, shut the fuck up. And then he just forces the elevator doors open and jumps out while it's still moving. That's what it's like now.
Imagine if men had to breastfeed babies using their cocks. I still think that's the worst tweet ever. After all these years, I don't think it's been topped.
Yes, that's pretty bad. I definitely agree with you there. Some people, you know, you gotta know when to hold them, you gotta know when to fold them.
Mm-hmm.
That tweet should have been folded. I think it'd just be a really good general rule of thumb to not include babies and cocks in the same sentence.
Yeah.
Because there's really no way that sentence can go that's gonna be good.
God, there are so many grapple points I've seen in this game, but I haven't gotten the grapple yet. It's gonna feel so amazing when I get it.
Because you get the grapple gun at the very end of the game so that you can travel faster in New Game Plus.
Oh, this game has New Game Plus? I actually didn't know that.
I'm just kidding. A lot of games do that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if they're open world, so... Somebody had to be the first ones to do it.
So, I guess Sam Hyde is doing another fish tank-like show called Rape Escape,
Yes.
which I don't know what the concept is, but with a name like that, it's going to be a banger.
Do you know the game Ape Escape?
Oh, yes. I haven't played them, but I certainly know of them.
Well, I remember because it was one of my favorite games on the original PS1 when I was a kid. They're lab monkeys used for testing, and the professor that runs the lab had invented a new helmet that massively increases your intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
So the evil monkey overlord gets his hand on that helmet and becomes the evil monkey overlord and arranges for all of the monkeys to escape. So you are a young kid who gets hired by the professor to capture all the monkeys as they travel. They use time traveling techniques to travel throughout different periods of time throughout the whole universe so that you can go capture the monkeys so that they don't cause damage.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Those Clinton rumors, people are taking them really serious. So, yeah, it's just a fun game where you go around and capture monkeys.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a fun reference and play on words to instead call it Rape Escape, where instead of running around to capture monkeys, you run around to capture women. For the women, it's like an escape room concept.
Mm-hmm.
But the concept is you really don't want to get caught. Of course, no one's actually going to get fucking sexually assaulted on camera.
Yeah,
That
this is.
would be,
It's not the most dangerous game.
yeah, insanely retarded to think that that was actually going on. However, they simulate the act, and they do that for content and for laughs.
Mm-hmm. Which I have some appreciation for, even though I imagine many people will not.
Yeah. But I mean, in reality, that's like a great idea for an escape room for women. Make the stakes real.
Well, there was a movie franchise based on that, right? There was like the Escape Room movie, which is literally like it's an escape room, but it's real. Literally.
Mhm.
Uh, can't get through there anyway, so. Okay. Okay, so this should work. Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, this game, once this game gets going with like the artifacts, it starts moving pretty quickly in terms of how much you can like unlock stuff and get through stuff. Pretty impressive. Oh shit. Okay. I see. There's like a time limit.
Been following a guy on Twitter for like 2 years. I love him. I'm really considering unfollowing because he's really pushing it hard that the attempt was a hoax.
Who is it?
The captain, forget about it, guy that I follow.
Captain what?
Forget about it.
Hmm.
He's a really small account, but I still like what he posts.
Is he a...
He's the guy that gave me the Toy Story video.
Wait.
As an example.
So he's not a liberal, but he thinks the shooting was staged?
Yeah.
That does not make a lot of sense, I gotta be honest.
I think he's just very far out there and thinks it's hard to believe. And I'm like, hey, okay.
Again, this is maybe the most well-documented assassination attempt ever.
Yeah, if this is like... People just want it to be like the JFK one so badly, like, oh, yay, a new generation of conspiracies. And it's like, how the fuck? Everybody in attendance has a phone and a camera. Thousands of people. And we've seen thousands of different angles and photos and videos of the exact same event that all sync up perfectly. And not only that, but you're telling me if this was some conspiracy that people are fucking, you know, all trying to hide the truth, then you're telling me that the media and every law enforcement agency that's a part of this has to be in on it. And of course, in addition to Trump. And the media despise him, like on an existential level. If this was a hoax, they would have exposed him immediately. Some people, man, Jesus. Nice. Video taking place in England. Black guy steals a white guy's phone and he just runs off once he grabs the guy's phone. But he ran off into the street and he immediately gets run over by a bus.
Did the guy get his phone back?
Yes and no. Phone was destroyed, but I mean, like he got the remains. The same is true of the family of the thief.
You were only supposed to imagine if the roles will reverse, not actually reverse them. I fucking love that one.
Yeah, same here. And how bad are things in Korea? Look at this.
Yeah. I see. Wild. Ah.
I don't know if you've heard this piece of news, but Japan is actually so pissed over the Assassin's Creed thing that they actually kicked the guy out of the country who made the whole thing up. They revoked his teaching license. They fucking straight up kicked him out of the fucking country. And the entire Japanese academic system is spreading the word as far and wide as they can that he had no fucking evidence whatsoever that this Yasuke character was actually black. And they can prove that he tried to hide that from the Japanese people so that they wouldn't expose him, and that he did it just so that he could make money off of gullible Westerners who want to believe that, oh my god, we was kangs and samurais and shit.
And it worked.
Yeah, so like they straight up just fucking kicked him out of the country.
I wonder if this could be like you almost never see this anymore. I feel like, but an example of a game that gets just shelved. Like they just decide, you know what, this is going to damage us more if we release it than if we don't.
Yeah, because again, the base price of the game is going to be like $160. No one's going to buy this fucking shit. Like,
Mm-hmm.
good lord.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's good. Ah! Oh man,
Mm-mm.
that was amazing. Oh my god. That was good. I love it because it had nothing to do, but yet everything to do with what he asked. Oh, that's amazing.
I'm rooting.
Oh god, I'm gonna voot. But if you deport all the Hispanics, who's gonna mow your lawns? For less than $100, you can convert a Roomba into a self-driving lawnmower.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it wasn't that long ago when one of the staples of Americana was having, you know, teenage and slightly before teenage kids mow lawns during the summer.
Yeah, and they'd also sell lemonade and stuff.
Isn't that like illegal in some states now? You have to have a license.
Yep, that's right. The IRS shows up and they kick down Billy's little lemonade stand. Right after Africans rob it.
Okay. Um. Did you see the Masato post I sent you, by the way? From Kayuga's Top Gal or whatever?
Yes.
Pretty good. Remember that X account that stole my Masato foot post and posted
Yes.
it on their Twitter? I randomly saw that account yet last night in my For You tab. They had made some other semi-viral post. I thought that was pretty funny. Is it possible to get up there? I don't see how else I could be expected to get up there, though, is the thing. And Rana Canyon. Oh. I think I want to watch a YouTube video. I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to get up there or not. Alright. Oh, wow, this is the original Metroid Prime. This is the GameCube version. Damn, it looks different. Dang, this guy's getting close. Mm. Yeah, I definitely need to get up there. Back. Oh shit, this guy's sequence breaking. Okay. Alright, I'm pretty sure I've already gotten what's up there, so I'm going to assume I don't need to go up there. And if I find out later I need to, I'm going to be very pissed. Because it seems like there's supposed to be platforms there that allow you to jump up there. And if I don't have them, then I'm just hosed. Or I'm going to have to learn a very complex sequence breaking technique, but... let's go... There. Ooh, alright, here we go. Trying to think of the last time I played a video game where the loading times were so bad I actually got upset. It's been so long I don't even really remember. It's like, what were some games with really bad loading times? At this point, it's hard to even separate them out because there are so few. I don't know. I don't really care anymore. I'm pretty over it, to be perfectly honest. I just don't really care. I just don't want to really watch them anymore. Like, there's something so viscerally disgusting. They should have made a trade 3 weeks ago. The fact that they haven't made a trade now is, like, embarrassing. But honestly, when they were up by, like, 8 or 9 games or whatever, they should have made a trade. I don't even really want to talk about it anymore. Like, it's so disgusting what's happening right now. I mean, would it really matter that much at this point, Santi, if you get COVID or not? Like, what's the difference between that and a normal sickness at this point? It's been through so many variants. I would assume that it's basically indistinguishable. Chozo. Yeah, okay. I need to get back to, like, the Chozo area. Hmm. Okay, I think that's where we want to go. Hmm, hmm. Alright, let's see here. I think this game is kind of as long as you want it to be because of so much of exploration. Like, if you know where things are, you can probably just blow through the game very quickly. But if you don't, it could be a very long game because you're just constantly going around in circles. So I think it just kind of depends on how you play it. Okay. Maybe this is it. Okay. That's where we need to get. Let's go. I think we figured this shit out.
I will be back in a while.
All right. All right. Be right back, guys. All right. We're back. Ah. Alright. Let's go save. Oh, the ship refills your ammunition too. Okay. Alright, let's see here.
Recorded to logbook. Alright, I think I can get over there now. French Snailman, what's up? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. Okay, yes. You can definitely get over there. Not from here. Super missiles don't work very well on these ones because they turn around too fucking quickly. Okay, I know I've seen the other end of that thing. Is it all the way over there? God, that doesn't seem right, but maybe. If it's not in here, then there's nowhere else it can be. Well, actually, maybe. Alright, this is probably some kind of artifact. Yes, the Tower of Light. This is definitely an artifact. Brimstone, huh? Hopefully this isn't a boss, because I just had to use all my missiles.
Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook.
Can anything kill these things? Okay. Oculus. Okay, I guess you can't hit them or hurt them. Oh yeah, I'm just about out of missiles. Okay, let's go get missiles. Oh. Thanks, man. Thanks for getting me in trouble, two-armed piece of shit. Hold it in. Wait. Oh. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. These things all come back? That doesn't make sense. Who set them back up? Oh, there are a bunch more? Well, what the hell? Okay, I need to go get full missiles, I guess. I just need to go get full missiles. I haven't even been watching the team. I haven't watched any of the last two games, really, so I don't even know what I can say. I guess I have to make a video. But fuck me. I don't know what to say anymore. I just hope the stadium's empty for every home game for the rest of the season. Like, that's the only way this works. They're supposed to keep me intrigued. Until football starts. This year they couldn't even do that.
Trying out the footrest that my chair came with, it's not the best.
Is it
I'd
bad?
rather just turn my... It's just meh. So I'm like, I'd rather just never have this thing engaged, and instead I just turn my chair towards my bed and then put my feet on my mattress. Works out way better.
Go ahead and do that, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, what's up?
Well, I had to do this a rather obnoxious challenge that required you to basically have full missiles. And in order to get full missiles, I had to go all the way back to the ship to refill, so a little annoying. But we're about to do it now anyway, so we're all good.
All right.
I think it comes back when we feel like we have things to discuss, so if training camp actually provides stuff to discuss, then maybe, but we might wait until we get closer to the preseason, Big Country. What's the first preseason game, like August 10th or some shit? Oh, God, excuse me, that's disgusting. Hello. Hello.
Got molested on that practice exam, so I gotta keep trying.
Define molested. Did you not know what the hell was going on?
I did my best to answer it, but I just did very poorly. I thought I did okay as I was taking it, but I came back, I got a 20%, so I was like, oof.
It doesn't mean anything, right? It's a practice exam, right?
Yeah, you can take it an unlimited amount of times. Just...
Alright.
So Wade said on his most recent podcast that he was on the path to becoming the GOAT until injuries kind of sidelined him. Which seems really difficult to say, but when you think about it, 2009 was one of the best seasons ever that he had. In 2011, if it weren't for LeBron letting him down, he would have won another Finals MVP, turning one of the all-time greats and a guy who's unquestionably top 10 all-time into his Robin. So if it hadn't have been for injuries, especially given how he retired, when he did, and LeBron is still going, so it's like if he had that kind of Iron Man ability, and it's all because he messed up his MCL in college. So in order to return faster, he opted to have his MCLs removed or clipped or whatever the fuck. It shortens your career length. So basically the question is just, what if that injury had never happened at all?
I would never do something like that.
Then Wade is like, yeah, if that had never happened, I would have become the GOAT. It's like... There's no question that he would have been top 10 all time, but like, I don't know about GOAT.
Oh, I can now use my missiles with my wave gun. Okay, so Snacks, you might be able to help me here. I don't know if you'll remember or not. I'm sure it's been a long time. But like when I'm underwater, do I ever gain an ability to like swim, or is what I get? Because clearly it's hard to see anything. I'm supposed to be able to get up there to that hatch. But I don't know if like I need to be able to like go up higher, or if I need to like float over there somehow, or what.
It's difficult for me to remember, because in Metroid Prime 2, I'm reasonably sure you get a swimsuit. But I don't remember if you have one for the first game. So your question was if you get an upgrade that allows you to swim?
Yeah, like how do I get up to this hatch here? It's Tower of
Well,
Light.
I'm not watching the stream. Yeah, but
Okay,
just a second.
of Light. Okay, there's a thing called a gravity suit. Okay.
Once you get the gravity suit, you should be able to move
Okay.
faster through the water.
I see. Makes sense.
And that was why they addressed that in the second game, because everybody bitched.
Mm-hmm.
And when I played this, I think I had my friend do it because I was annoyed.
Apparently there's a way to like just climb up it using like clipping, but I'm not going to bother with that if that's for speedrunners.
Miami Heat are being sued for stealing copyrighted music. Huh.
What did they steal? Seven Nation Army?
No, some guy is accusing 14 teams, and the Heat are one of them, for stealing his music, which he had copyrighted. The problem with this lawsuit is that he just filed it, but he's alleging that this occurred over the last several years. He waited until the TV deal was finalized before he filed the suit, which, given the nature of the copyright industry, almost guarantees that he's just looking for a payout. And he's like, you guys have bigger pockets, deeper pockets now, so money please. What's probably going to happen is that a couple of the teams may settle just to make them fuck off if they're like gazillionaires. But then a couple of the other teams, like the Heat, will be like, alright, bet. And then if it goes to court, the judge will just throw it out.
I mean, it's a pretty sweet deal if you're the guy suing. You've got 14 opportunities for somebody to just decide it's not worth their time or energy.
Yeah. He's alleging that they did it maliciously because he asked them to stop on Twitter and they never responded. Yeah, this one's getting tossed.
Recording to logbook.
Anyway, that's all pretty funny stuff.
Okay, so we can't get over there yet. Okay. So let's see here. Guess we should try to get over there. Okay, so we go down and to the right.
Wild.
Oh, did you see that he took the Band-Aid off? Well, not Band-Aid, bandage.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had a rally today in Michigan.
Well, it's good to know that it's good enough to remove the bandage.
Too bad he wasn't able to take it off during his acceptance speech, but the FCC may have not appreciated that.
Yeah.
I wonder what it... I mean, I guess it depends on, obviously, what it actually looked like, which we can't know what it looked like at that point, and we never will.
They wouldn't have cared. They would have fined him anyway. Like, what are we even talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
You already know.
Nothing wrong. Well, there's a real chance Daryl Taylor's not on the team when the season starts. Dark Knight. But I don't feel like he does serve much of a good purpose anyway. I feel like I'd rather give those reps to somebody else. But if McDonald feels differently, then, you know, I'll go with it. I'll fucking go. I'll fucking do it again. I mean, I don't know, David. I didn't watch any of the game tonight. I barely watched any of the game yesterday, so I guess I have to kind of agree with that. Like, this is, like, unwatchable. Like, I can't believe it's possible to have an offense this bad in the modern MLB. And I say that knowing that offense is at a record low right now. Like, the offense right now in the MLB in general is terrible. I understand that, but like, we stand out for our tremendous incompetency.
Fucking base. This is a direct quote from Donald Trump talking about when Melania was pregnant with Barron.
I've seen
they
this.
just... Okay, yeah.
I saw that.
Fucking amazingly based. I'm like, fuck me, dude. I love this guy.
Yeah, and you know people are going to see that and, like, get worked up about it. It's not understanding why, you know, people find that to be funny.
Yep. Donald Trump is a big titty MILF appreciator. You'd love to see it.
In all the best ways, let me tell you.
Yeah, he's like in all the right places. He's becoming a monster in all the right places. Let me tell you, all the right places. Like you didn't hear him the first 15 times. You fucking loved it.
Do you remember the Malcolm in the Middle episode where Hal starts secretly feeding Lois a bunch of empty calories?
Yes. That was amazing. Just rewatching that. I love when Lois finally catches him. He's like, "What? You don't take your coffee with maple syrup?" My bad. Oh man. What an outstanding fucking poll. What's the number one problem in the world today? Jews, literally anything else. Guess which one has 93.9% of the vote?
Yeah, the linebackers are not healthy right now, Dark Knight. It's
Oh man.
in fact, I think we have like one healthy linebacker on the team right now, and I think it's Pat O'Connell. So that is not looking so great. Oh no, Knight's healthy too, actually. I forgot about him, you're right. So Knight and O'Connell might be the only healthy linebackers. There might be one other really low-level guy. But it's not ideal. Yeah, I think he just wanted one last paycheck, Dark Knight. And who can fault a man for wanting one last paycheck? And Armzo, if you screw up again, you're going back to the psych ward.
Oh, don't just stop stalking with your 6 arms.
Honestly, for having 6 arms, he was pretty inefficient with his stacking. If I had 6 arms, I think I'd stack much quicker than that.
I had 6 arms. I'd find Sam Hyde and be like, "Hey man, I want to join the cast for the next rape escape." My god. I can't believe that. So amazing.
I appreciate the fact that there are at least a few women he was able to find who would be willing to partake in that. Like they would, appreciate the humor.
Well, yeah, because it's part of the same comedy team. Like they're a group doing the fish tank stuff.
Yeah. Appreciate the fact that there's he was able to find some women who were okay with it.
Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook.
Bro, why'd they make Sheila so thick? What the fuck?
Shelob, you mean the giant spider from Lord of the Rings?
No, I'm playing the Spyro Remaster trilogy.
Oh, okay.
And in the third one, there's a kangaroo character named Sheila the Kangaroo.
Mhm.
And because it's a remaster of what was a 20-year-old game, when they made these, the character designs are all very different.
Mhm.
And I'm like, they very clearly had a furry working on the fucking animation team. Because I'm like, in the original, Sheila was literally just a deer or kangaroo thing. Like, she was just a fucking kangaroo. Like, she wasn't wearing clothes. She didn't have any design or anything. She was just a kangaroo. She was jumping around. That's it. And this Sheila's like a fucking dummy thick Australian woman as a furry drawn character with red hair. I'm like, what the fuck?
Recording to logbook.
Wild, man.
Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook.
Yeah, I'm excited about Cross this year. I think he really got his development arrested last year by the injury, and people aren't understanding enough of that. Oh god, this is a boss fight and I haven't saved. No.
Recording to logbook.
Oh god, he's invisible. I'm fighting an invisible enemy. Chozo Ghost. Okay, so the implication is that it's weak against, like, missiles, I guess. No, missiles don't do shit. Okay, it seems like the basic blaster actually is doing damage. This better actually be doing damage. If I'm just wasting my time, I'm not going to be happy. Oh, cool. It was.
Recording to logbook.
Aha, missile recharge. Do I get a new type of missile? No. So what the hell are these things? Okay. Um. All right. There must be some way to get underneath the floor here. Um. Actually, that was kind of close. I doubt this actually works, but let's try it. Nah, there's no way. Not enough. Not enough gas.
Right here, I sent you a pic to compare what I was talking about.
I didn't realize, man, I didn't realize the remaster redid so much stuff so intensely.
Yeah, and like this goes even more to show that like whoever worked on this was even more to show that like whoever worked on this was a furry. This is a character from Spyro 2 called Elora, who is a fawn, but in the original on the right side, like her parts that aren't the deer thing are human. And then in the remaster she looks way more like an animal. It's like
Mm-hmm.
what? Do you need some help, whoever made this? Like, what the fuck?
Now, are we really surprised? I guess it's better than letting Sweet Baby Inc. work on their game.
No lies detected.
Be right back. Okay.
Recording to logbook.
Okay, I see. How the hell do I get over there? Aha! Oh, okay. No problemo. Okay, interesting. Ah, fascinating. Okay, let's try this. Aha! You remember the Stephen Colbert edit where he was holding a gun to the camera while doing the
Yeah.
Two Scoops story?
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was my favorite. Spell words using only the following letters: N, G, R, E, I. Ah. Oh, what is this? What is this? A new missile type? Oh yeah, we got the ice beam, baby. That's big, people.
Everyone knows that you use ice to fight ghosts.
Whoa, it literally fires ice. It's not even like a beam. It literally just throws ice cubes. Never beam.
Motherfucker.
So, do you like the Spyro remaster?
Yes.
I remember you were saying they messed with the controls in a way you didn't like.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's not terrible. And also be said that I'm doing this for completion's sake, because I started doing this way back in the day when it first came out, which was, I think was like 2018.
Mm-hmm.
I got midway through the second game and I was like, yeah. So I did the first game and half the second game and said, I'll finish this later, and I never got back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just.
That's why I never stop playing games. I don't want to forget.
Yeah.
Hmm. So, we have our next door neighbors, our neighbors right across the street from us.
Mm-hmm.
The woman, the wife, was born and raised in like literal like third world Africa, and she immigrated over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like she literally grew up in a village where you have to like take buckets to a well to get water, you know? And every morning when me and mom walk our dogs, we go by their house and they overwater the fuck out of their lawn, and like there are these massive rivers of water flowing down the street every time, and we're just like, give me a fucking break. It's like there's got to be some kind of like, and it's like, what the fuck, man?
Genetic explanation for it.
Mm-hmm.
Good heavens.
And we're like, we're like friends with their family and everything. It's a good family, but it's just like, bro.
Yeah. It's just one of them things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Fuck these. Those are so weird now.
We were a pretty good screen team last year overall. We were a much better than average screen team in terms of success rate. I think some of the impressions that people get about our screen game is because we didn't have a lot of screens go for like massive gains, but we were generally a productive screen team.
Holy fuck, that thing is massive. The remastered awesomeness level is so much fucking bigger than it was in the original. I'm like, holy shit. Right now. Not just as easy as it was to kill. Let's go.
Even Drake knows they're not going back to back. Somebody should consider writing a story about how hard it is to tell somebody you like that they're embarrassing themselves. It could be about like an emperor who thinks he's wearing clothes, but he doesn't actually have any clothes on. And like, you know, he could, everybody could be like, oh, he's not wearing any clothes, but they're afraid to say it. Yeah, somebody should write that.
You think that story's got any legs? Good grief.
Oh, no, you're telling me for the first time. I hadn't heard this. Sheila Jackson died? No, I'm just hearing this now. First I've heard of it.
And is that the last thing she heard with my convention speech? Wow, what a way to go.
Apparently her Twitter account tweeted earlier today after she was dead.
Oh no.
I don't know if it's true or not, and if it's true, I assume it's been deleted by now. But there was some stuff earlier today about how her account was still tweeting.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Yes. She died more than 24 hours ago. She had been tweeting. She has 1, 2, 3, 4 tweets after she died, and then finally a 5th tweet where they say, please visit her website for a statement from the family.
Okay, I mean, that one's understandable.
Yeah, but it's 5 tweets after she died, and the 5th one is the one that's announcing her death and blah, blah, blah. But she is continuing to repost things.
As if she's still alive.
Yes, like, the VP Twitter account posted something 10 hours ago, and she retweeted that.
No one's ever really gone. You know, the black guy?
So the Blackwater founder, Eric Prince, had an editorially released called African Countries Should Be Recolonized Because Their Leaders Are Corrupt. I thought was a hilarious take.
It was an African country that did that thing where it's like the president said we're going to make everybody a billionaire. That was an African country, right?
Yeah, it was Zimbabwe.
Right.
And Mugabe.
Mm-hmm.
That's what led to the hyperinflation of that country collapsed. Formerly Rhodesia. When it was Rhodesia, it was considered a paradise in the African continent. They were like, this country is doing so amazingly well. Wow. And Zimbabwe is one of the biggest shitholes on the planet. What a supreme.
You're going to be the money president.
Oh, that's a hideous woman. Kyle Gass deletes Instagram post where he apologized for what he said.
Who?
Kyle Gass, the
Oh.
Tenacious D.
Oh, okay. There were a lot of Twitter posts last week that were along the lines of, I can't believe Jack Black threw away a 30-year friendship for this. And it's like, he didn't throw away the friendship. He just said, we're going to stop touring for a little bit here. Probably because the concert venues wouldn't even let us in. Like, there's no indication that they're not going to be friends anymore. Is Tenacious D music actually good? Like, I've never actually heard one of their songs before now that I think about it.
They're a meme heavy metal band.
Mm-hmm.
They have one song called Tribute, and the point of the song is that it's a tribute to the greatest song ever written, but it's not the greatest song ever written
Mm-hmm.
because they forgot how that greatest song ever written went.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, they just tell the story about the greatest song that had ever been played.
Mm-hmm.
If you like metal to some extent, Tenacious D stuff is good. And Pick of Destiny was like a modern day rock opera kind of thing. It was pretty funny. There were a lot of cringy moments, but at the same time, there was a lot of good stuff. But if they're still touring, I'll call it a day.
They said they were canceling their tour.
Well, that's the thing, is that they didn't cancel their tour so much as their tour was canceled on them.
Right.
Because when they said that kind of shit, suddenly all the venues that had booked them had to now carry insurance for what if some kind of tragedy happened. Because a lot of people are like, he's going to say that kind of shit. Well, what if I went to his location and then did a whole bunch of stuff in Minecraft that you can't say on a stream? Then because that's a credible threat, they're like, fuck, we need to carry this insurance now. And then they're like, but that's just fucking expensive. So they're like, instead, we're just going to cancel the event. Because, yeah. Fucking scare you guys.
Like, Weird Al is satirical, but he's actually a pretty good musician, I think. Like, just because
I
it's a
will
joke.
send you one of their songs that I consider to be the best song, and then I'll send you one of the songs I consider to be their best song from the movie that they did, and you can decide for yourself.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, so I thought of another actor who never tried to do like an Oscar bait movie to prove they can actually act really well. Keanu. Unless you want to count like The Devil's Advocate or something. He usually does like action movies or schlock.
Wait, for what? I missed the beginning of that.
No, I was just thinking about like actors who never went for the Oscar. You know how most actors, even the not so great ones, will at some point try and like actually act, see how far they can push it. You know, like Adam Sandler doing Uncut Gems, or fucking I know you know what I'm talking about, right? Like to
Yes,
show off I
yeah,
can act.
yeah.
And I was thinking like
I
I
know
don't
what
think Keanu's ever done that.
Yeah, you're right. I think he's done kind of like something that is very close to that, which is taking things far more seriously in terms of his performance. But you're right, he never straight up like decided to do Oscar bait.
Or Brendan Fraser in The Whale, and his actually worked. He actually did win the Oscar. Robin Williams in 1 hour photo.
That one was really fucking weird. Like, I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. I'll be honest with you.
He just wanted a chance to plug his favorite anime.
Oh no! Okay, you're not kidding.
I like how he's actually an Evangelion fan, but he allowed the kid in the movie to completely butcher the canon in ways that are like the exact opposite of reality.
He was like, don't worry, I'll reenact the hospital scene with the kid's mother.
No wonder he was so depressed.
Exactly.
His favorite anime was Evangelion. Oh. I was already in here. How does that door being there help me in the slightest? This is bullshit. Okay, how do I get up there? Oh god, they revive? Oh, dude, that is so brutal. Oh, I have to kill these damn things? God damn it. This is really annoying. Hey, what's that in your pocket? That thing you just put in your pocket.
It looked really interesting.
Is Jack Black actually Jewish? Because he doesn't have a Jewish sense of humor at all.
Yes, he is.
Okay, that kind of surprises me because he's not really... Like, Jewish humor, I think of, like, Seinfeld and Larry David and people like that. Like, you definitely... You wouldn't really call him... That's the Jack Black style of comedy, would you?
Right.
Oh, Meatloaf was in Tenacious D? Rip.
Yeah, he played his dad in this The very beginning of The Pick of Destiny is a song called Kickapoo,
Mhm.
because it's supposed to be taking place in a town in Missouri called Kickapoo, or Kickapoo, and it's the origin story of Jack Black's character, where he lives in a very repressive religious Christian home. Again, Jack Black is Jewish, so that's the whole point.
Oh, so it's kind of like
And
Walk Hard or something.
yeah, so his father is played by Meatloaf, who says, you know, he destroys all of his monuments to metal and all this stuff, but the only thing he doesn't destroy is a poster of Ronnie James Dio on the back of his door. Now, you need to remember that the thing about Ronnie James Dio is that he was very, very Christian. And Dio was the one who created the metal horn hand gesture.
Mhm.
Started doing that because of his grandmother, who was Italian, and she was very Catholic, and she would use the horns gesture to ward off the devil. So it's literally the opposite of what a lot of mainstream people picked up on, is thinking that it was devil horns and shit like that. So in this video, it bothers me a lot because Dio like gets off of what looks like Satan's throne and he's in hell, and I'm all like, Jack Black, you Jewish fucking piece of shit. But anyway, yeah, I sent you that video because you can see Meatloaf playing Jack Black's dad in that scene.
Mhm.
That's, Meatloaf was not in the band; he was in the movie.
Mhm.
Who was also in the movie was Dio, of course. They did that scene that Dio's in that thing. They literally did that in one take. Dio thought the take was awful, so he was like, "God, can we do that again? That take was terrible." And they were like, "Are you fucking kidding me? That was the greatest thing I've ever seen." Like worshiping him and shit. It was great.
Mhm.
But yeah.
I like Dio actually. He's got some songs that I like. I can't believe there's a president who has sex with porn stars and wants space marines, and I hate him. I don't think funny's the right word, right, guy? Like, I wouldn't ascribe humor to it. I mean, I'm checked out, Austin. I'm not going to say anything about like quitting or nothing, but I've definitely checked out. Whoa, what is this? Oh, that's cool. Okay, everyone, Nutsack Monday is officially canceled. Please return to your regular attire. Indesium. Oh, power bomb. So I can't. One of the only things I don't have. Isan al-Gaib. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that this didn't count as a power bomb. You should have clapped. Why didn't you clap? Okay. You okay?
Yeah.
I feel like you just had like a seizure. Or an aneurysm.
I just hiccuped. We.
I remember really liking the gliding in Spyro.
A great post today. It was all like, "Hey guys, Spider-Man isn't homophobic. So if you're a homophobe, why are you a Spider-Man fan?" And it's all like, dude, Raimi's Spider-Man was absolutely homophobic, and people are like, "Did your husband make that for you?" You love to see it.
You're on the wrong side of history, Spider-Man.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe it's history is on the wrong side of Spider-Man.
You should have clapped.
Man, it's hilarious. Fucking people think that the reason that Kyle Gass deleted the Instagram apology thing is because he only did it to try to appease Jack Black, because Jack Black, he has a lot more things going on than Kyle. So Jack asked Kyle, could you do that to make this look less awful for me? So he did. But the belief is that Tenacious D is officially broken up now.
I mean, I can believe it.
Yeah, so that's why he deleted that, is because he was never sorry. He was just doing it to help Jack out, but if they're broken up, then who the fuck cares? Which I would understand. But that's the funny thing, is that one of the songs that I shared with you that I think is their best song is called The Metal. And the song The Metal is about all the different genres of music that have tried to overtake metal, but never has. The metal will live on forever, blah, blah, blah. So all the newest posts on the video, it's like a almost 15-year-old video. There's like a couple of posts from the last week, and they're all like, politics killed the metal. That's good stuff. Getting up.
I mean, it's really not that hard to not do something like that in front of tens of thousands of people and think it'll be okay.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if that was one of the Al shorts that I sent you today, but he did one that was really good, that was about Destiny. Okay, it was not that one that I sent you, so I'll find it for you so I can send it to you. It's really good. There you go.
Okay, I can't watch it right now, but I'll check it out later. Yeah, Big Country, but Snacks didn't actually watch the game. He just knows we won on an uncontested layup. And that it was almost maybe the most embarrassing game in Team USA history.
Yeah, for those of you who are history buffs, this kind of thing. You may remember the Dream Team. Charles Barkley was like, I don't know who Angola is, but they're in trouble. Well, South Sudan, who damn near beat Team USA today, is very close to Angola. Not like in terms of pure distance, but geographically they are. Because the Congo is a huge country, but that's the only country between the two of them. And that if the Congo wasn't there, then Angola and South Sudan would be touched.
Retardy Oswald. Yeah, these Olympics are really exposing Steve Kerr as being a terrible manager.
It's going to be one of those moments where they're like, why in the fuck did we give Steve Kerr Coach of the Year in the same year that it absolutely unquestionably should have been Eric Spoelstra, when Eric Spoelstra won that award and every single other time that they did Coach of the Year for that year, that as long as it wasn't the actual NBA's award, he got it. The greatest turnaround in the history of the NBA. Missed the playoffs by one game after starting the season 11-30.
I think so, Six
They
Flags.
And they just give it to Kirk because they're like, oh, well, he's the coach of the best team. Oh, fuck you. Eat. Lay shit.
You can't even say Steve Kerr's the coach of the best team right now. Like, the Warriors aren't even good. Like, it's so weird to give it to him now.
I know. The belief is that they gave it to him because this is going to be Kerr's last Olympics, and he's very soon going to retire from coaching altogether. And it looks like he is correctly realizing that he's an awful coach, and that he needs to get out before everyone realizes that he's dog shit, and it ruins his legacy. But yeah, he's dog shit, and it should ruin his legacy.
Does it make Curry's accomplishments more impressive in hindsight that he won 4 rings with Steve Kerr?
Well, not really, because while Kerr is a terrible head coach, he's an empty suit. And a fucking bowl of Raisin Bran could have been the head coach of that team and won those rings. Because very talented assistants had already done all the hard work for the Warriors. And that was the main thing, is that just really got lucky. Oh, the whole fucking time.
You think that's bad? Remember the time I won a date with Gary Oldman?
Asked him, Mr. T. T.
Oh, that's a great point, JS. The Trump tweet after Team USA loses is going to be great. That's actually a really good point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I can't fucking wait.
When I was president, we had H2O. Honestly, I kind of wish we had lost. It would have been hysterical. I think it would have been worth it. That would have been like one of the funniest things ever. I think it would have been
Especially
worth it.
blown out as hard as they were. Like, they'd have been like, get Steve Kerr out of there immediately. And put Spo in. I genuinely think that Spo is intentionally not coaching. And not just taking over and stepping in, because he's like, dude, this is going to be so awesome to watch Steve just fucking crash and burn.
If we had
That's all
lost...
Spo really has to do. Like, I would hate for him to have to do this, but think about the optics. Where all he's got to do is just watch his so-called great coach Steve Kerr just completely shits up the joint and has one of the worst fucking Team USA performances in Olympic history. And then Spo sits there and he's all like, well, yeah, but everybody thought he was really good. And, nobody ever listened to me. No one ever wanted my help. And that's the kind of thing that happens when, you think that because a guy's Asian, he can't coach a basketball team. And then everyone's just like, ooh, and then he gets a whole bunch of people on his side and all that kind of shit. Man. So
If we had lost to South Sudan, would Kerr have traded LeBron to South Sudan for some of their players and then just leave LeBron in South Sudan when the Olympics are over?
that's hilarious. In the role of a lifetime, Gary Oldman.
As LeBron James?
Yes.
I'm not much of a basketball fan. What makes Steve Kerr a bad coach? He doesn't do anything.
Correct. His assistant came up with the defensive schemes and the offensive schemes that they've been using for years, which is why the Warriors keep getting worse. Like, compare Steve Kerr to Greg Popovich, is what we're about to do. Greg Popovich, when the Spurs started getting older and older, because Greg Popovich is a great coach, what he did is he revamped the system, changed it around to address the fact that the guys were getting older, which meant that they went from in 2011, they were the first seed and they lost to the 8th seeded Grizzlies, to they turned that around. They were one of the top offenses in the NBA for the next 5 seasons, or 4. And they were 2 games away from making the finals in 2012, but lost to the Thunder. In 2013, they make the finals, but choke. In 2014, they have what is still today the greatest margin of victory on a per-game basis in the history of the NBA Finals. That is all because Greg Popovich adapted to the fact that his players were getting older. Look at the Golden State Warriors. Their players are getting older. What does Steve Kerr do? Absolutely nothing. Because all of those really talented assistants who built the team for him have long since gotten hired with other people and left. So they don't have the same teams anymore. So even though they've got mostly the same guys, they can't get it done. The team flounders and flounders and flounders and just consistently gets worse year after year without making any adjustments or changing anything. And then Clay leaves because he's like, fuck this shit. If the Mavericks actually end up being extremely good and get a lot of value out of Clay, it's going to look even worse for Kerr. No, LeBron was just expressing support for the LGBT community, saying, please, guys, get tested. It's important to get tested.
Especially after spending time at the Olympics, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's correct.
LeBron, have you ever thought about becoming a woman LeBron? What did Embiid say about LeBron? I missed that. Did he say that LeBron is gay or something? Or
Yes.
wait, did he say LeBron was born in Kenya and his birth certificate is faked?
Joel Embiid cites LeBron James's age as the reason Embiid doubts Team USA will win gold medal.
Oh.
Joel Embiid, LeBron is not what he was a couple of years ago. Embiid is literally blaming LeBron's age is the reason that they suck, instead of himself, of course. But what's even funnier is that no one is blaming Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is blaming everybody else.
And to be clear,
Steve
Embiid
Kerr-
has been like a massive amount of dog shit so far in the Olympics.
Yes, Steve Kerr is saying that Embiid's nonsense, you know, like the shit that he's saying in the media today is causing problems. Kerr is blaming Bam, because he's all like, well, Bam doesn't shoot threes. I don't know what to do with him. It's like, maybe you suck? Like, you've literally got Bam's fucking coach, who's made the finals twice in the last 5 seasons, right goddamn next to you. Maybe you should talk to him. Like, what a fucking idiot.
Yeah, this team might not even medal, man. This is getting kind of concerning.
At the point they're at now, yeah, I'm starting to think that too, just because of nothing else, but like, they're at each other's throat. They fucking had it with each other, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? So yeah, you're exactly correct. They might not even medal, which will be the first time in the history of the Olympics that happened. We won't even get LeBron's out of this. Everybody will just be shitting on each other. Bo's gonna come out looking like a fucking hero, and Trump's gonna be like, wow. Has LeBron ever thought about becoming a woman? He sure played like one. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Like,
Man, it was bad enough when Embiid still hasn't played in a conference championship, a conference finals game. Now he's not even going to have played in a gold medal game.
my God, I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, it's bad, dude. Like, gonna be even funnier is that they'll be kept out of medaling because the game will be against Serbia, and Embiid will actually get injured trying to defend Jokic, who just fucking punks him as hard as he can. Then Embiid gets injured. Then like, okay, so the Sixers will be without Embiid for the first like half of the season, and Maxey only balled out because he was on a contract year, and he's like, I don't give a shit. So it's gonna be ancient Paul George and a bunch of stiff.
What if Embiid ducks the game against Serbia?
Oh my God, that would be the most amazing thing ever. Dude, he'd never hear the end of it, as long as he lives. Because I would go on Twitter and yell at him, like, you bitch. Are you a homosexual?
And just think, you never would have become a Heat fan if not for Myers Leonard.
Exactly. You know what's even funnier? He got kicked off the fucking team because he called Mickey Arison a turtle.
Well, you must have a very easy job if you can drink Fireball and then still do it.
Lord, yeah, tell me about it.
Man, could you imagine Skip Bayless tomorrow if LeBron had missed the game-winning shot against South Sudan? We're about to lose Skip Bayless forever. That would have been a great way to send him out.
Hopefully he stays long enough to finish the Olympics, because when USA doesn't medal, he's going to be like, you know, people have been talking about LeBron being the GOAT because he played 1 billion years, so he scored a bunch of points. But when did Michael Jordan ever not win a gold medal? Jesus.
I can't remember exactly when he leaves Big Country, but my understanding is that his show had terrible ratings, so I find it impossible to believe anybody's going to pick him up. He'll probably...
Yeah. And again, he doesn't look like it, but he is in his 70s.
He doesn't need the money. I mean, we know he's not wasting money on food, at least.
Yeah. He eats unseasoned boiled chicken and rice every day of his life. That's the only thing he eats. Also, broccoli occasionally. Steamed.
I mean, I would assume the broccoli needs to be in there, or else you're not getting enough. Like, just eating that every day forever. Like, I assume at a certain point your body is just like, I need some stuff here that this food is not providing. Do you remember that episode of First Take where Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless were reviewing The Dark Knight?
No, actually.
It was a good movie, but not a great movie. I didn't like how Batman was the third most important character in his own movie, and Maggie Gyllenhaal was a weak love interest.
Pretty good.
That's a classic. I kind of miss when those guys would actually talk about things that weren't just about sports. So you could listen to the weird-ass things he would have to say about things that weren't just sports. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, Maggie Gyllenhaal was a hell of a lot better than Katie Holmes, so quit bitching. I mean, Maggie Gyllenhaal looks weird, but she is, like, a good actress, like, legitimately.
Yeah. And she's a lot more attractive than you think. Under the Rise or...
It's like Jerry's girlfriend, the Two-Face.
I was gonna go with Jerry's girlfriend, the one that looked like Jerry.
Oh my god, JS. Beyonce in a Christopher Nolan Batman movie. That's a great fucking idea.
Was the idea that Beyonce should have been playing Rachel, though?
Yeah, Skip Bayless was saying it because he's like, you gotta find a more attractive woman that you're fighting for.
Oh my god. The idea that billionaire Bruce Wayne and District Attorney Harvey Dent would be fighting over... Oh,
Former underwear model Aaron Eckhart. Let's frame things the right way here. Calvin Klein underwear model. Alright, guys. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Alright, where do we want to go? Okay, let's try... Oh, JS, are you up on the latest Boogie lore yet? Have you been paying any attention to that? I can't believe Skip Bayless was able to outrun his original, like, the original thing that made him well known. Like, somehow that didn't end up destroying his career before it started.
Some people just have that fucking touch of destiny on them.
I have a cold sore in my mouth, and it feels so good every time I put the numbing cream on it to, like, make it so I can't feel it anymore. It feels so fucking good. Okay, we got to go through the canyon, the underground, I guess. It's a very cool looking game. I'll also say that, like, this is a... I know, obviously, it's the remaster, so it looks way better than the original, but this is a very nice looking game. I remember when this game came out, it was a big deal. It was very popular. And it was very much well regarded as one of the better games of that generation. Really felt like, I remember the sequel just kind of came and went. But everybody still liked it. Everybody still thought it was about as good as the original. It just, I don't know, didn't resonate somehow. To that degree.
Just basically just the same game again. I think that's why.
Alright, let me see here.
Because you know, a good example is bringing up the other game that came out yet again. Morrowind. Compare that to Oblivion. You know, like, people remember Skyrim just because it's been the only Elder Scrolls game for fucking so long. But when Oblivion came out, for a long time afterward, people were like, dude, this is so much worse than Morrowind.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, JS. How can... I think it's impossible to not suspect a conspiracy on some level about the shooting. Now, if you're Blue MAGA, then you're somebody who believes that the shooting was staged. But if you're not somebody who thinks the shooting was staged, you probably still think that there was some sort of conspiracy that led to him being shot. I did see this one report. I have no idea if it's true or not. I really hope it's true. You know that report that that Biden called Trump and they had a conversation immediately after the shooting? Do you remember that report?
Yeah.
Right. Well, there was a report, and again, I don't know if it's true or not, and it sounds really fucking stupid, so it might not be. But supposedly, one of the things that Biden said to Trump was, "How did you know to move your head?" And I really hope that's actually true, because that's fucking hysterical. Like he's
So pissed. He's like, damn it.
like
Trained that kid for so long.
like he's implying that Trump has like cognitive abilities and he knew to turn his like spidey sense or something.
So like, well, Joe, Crooked Joe, I call you. Well, Joe, I'm magic. You sniff kids, Joe. I sniff communion.
I like the idea of Biden dropping out because he thinks his opponent is clairvoyant and he can't win because he knew how to dodge the bullet. So he just decides to
Holy
drop out.
That'd be fucking hysterical. It's like, holy shit. Like, this guy's a fucking... He's the chosen one. I can't beat that.
Mm. Yeah, the MK Ultra thing is the one thing that I don't see people talking about as much. Which I understand why, because it's pretty deep down the rabbit hole, but it's very hard to not think that it's something along those lines. Because they're trying to tell us there was nothing in his profile at all to say that he didn't like Trump or would have some reason to want him dead. And if that's true, then what does that imply?
You know what else is that they won't tell us what kind of porn was the last thing that he searched for. I think that's almost more damning. No, this kid was absolutely up to no good.
The more I learn about this Hitler fella, the less I like him.
He was a real jerk.
Like, who the fuck doesn't have a single social media account? I refuse to believe that's real. I knew people, like, 13 years ago who didn't have social media. It was weird back then. Nowadays, it's basically impossible.
Not having at least one thing is almost unheard of.
Like, there was that stuff that came out a couple of days ago that suggested that he was actually a Trump supporter. We were like, oh, see, it's Trump supporters that do this stuff. It's like, man, if only he had done something at some point in his life to indicate that he didn't actually like him. You know? If only he had done something to make it pretty clear that he didn't actually like him. Like, you know, try to kill him.
Yeah, what a fucking crazy world that'd be, huh? Could you imagine? Fucking shit.
Yeah. Maybe,
Nonsense.
yeah, maybe it was a Ricardo Lopez thing where he, like, was in love with him and wanted to kill him and then kill himself so they'd
Oh,
be
God.
together in the afterlife.
Oh man, that's about as fucking well researched and makes sense as anything else that they fucking try to push on us. Jesus.
I mean, trust me, guys, if there's anyone in the world who would love to have no social media accounts, it's probably Snacks, and he has many, so it's really, really hard to do.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Although he doesn't... do you not have a Facebook at all, or do you just not have one that you use?
That's correct. Yeah, I don't have a Facebook at all because there's just no value to have it.
Although I do feel like that's becoming more and more common. A lot of people just don't use it at all.
Yeah. Well,
It's a lot of people are shifting over to other things. You know, like it's plain and simple. The social media that people use is stuff on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they use. When's the last time you've seen or done it yourself have anybody using Facebook on their phone? And compare that to you know, what do you use on your phone? Snapchat, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram.
I will never be able to get over how ugly the Snapchat interface is on Android, so I just don't use it.
It can be a huge pain in the ass, that's for damn sure.
At least Instagram looks nice. At least Twitter looks nice, you know?
Yeah.
I still don't want to do the TikTok thing, mostly because I think 98% of it's stupid, but also because I feel like it's going to get banned in America eventually anyway, so what's the point? Honestly, Facebook feels like it gets used so little now. I'm surprised Zuckerberg is still doing as well as he is.
It's because changing the company name to Meta, quote unquote, controls a lot of stuff that does get used a lot. For instance, Facebook is being ignored. However, they also own Instagram.
Hmm.
They also own WhatsApp. They've got a lot of stuff. So.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. God, I can never remember what I'm supposed to do in this room. What if the child consents, though? Hello, Albert. Lolbert. God fucking damn it. You fucking asshole. Come on. Die, assholes. Die, fucker. Mm-hmm. Alright, is this it?
Recording to logbook.
Ooh.
Recording to logbook. Recording to logbook.
Alright, here we go. I remember this room.
Recorded to logbook.
Only Rosie O'Donnell. Alright, let's see here. So, what am I doing? Oh, I see. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, right. I have to go back the other way. I fucking hate how dark this area is, man. Drives me crazy. Having to go thermal mode the whole time kind of sucks. The bigotry of low expectations. Yeah, JS. I mean, I saw another tweet that said something like, "I'd like to imagine that the shooter just searched porn. Like he literally just typed the word porn into the search bar and that was it."
That'd be fun.
That would just make me more convinced he's MK Ultra because he was told to like do that to throw people off before he did the shooting. But then he just like, because he doesn't really understand the assignment, he's just like, oh, okay, I'll just search for porn and then I'll search for video game to make them think that I'm a gamer.
I didn't write that, I read it.
Did you see Brawny finally made a 3, by the way? Oh, okay, here we go. All right. So we actually didn't find any artifacts tonight, which surprises me. Thought they'd be a little more fast and furious once you started to discover them, but we did get a bunch of upgrades tonight, so that's cool. Okay, so if I go back to the Frozen Pike, that's probably where I want to go. But I think that's going to do it for the night. It is past midnight. And we've been going for about 5 hours. See you guys later.